Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I think my audio is very loud on the background music, so let me turn that back down. Okay. And as we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intentions for this space. First of all, let this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, and may we come together as fellow spiritual seekers to abide in each other's presence, relate in one another's experiences, and uplift each other through the sharing of positive sentiments. Hello, Dylan. You are the first here, actually, so very early indeed. Welcome. I trust that all of you who are joining here today are feeling as well as they can, given whatever circumstances may be prevailing in their life at this time. Life is no short of surprises. There are so many different experiences that we don't expect. And if you're struggling right now to come to process these changes, know that you're not alone. Hello 31 planes of existence. And hello Ragnvaldr. Happy to have you here. Dylan, you have an interview tomorrow. I'm sure that if you express yourself sincerely and authentically, there is no loss. Thank you, brah. And hello, Renaissance. Jai Sitaram. It is a beautiful moment, regardless of what feelings may enter it. They may persist for a while, but they all subside, and here you are as the witness of them all, the effervescent container of life. Hello, Linda. My day's been well so far, Dylan. Today I had a nap in the yard, in the grass, while my kitties played around. Learned a little Sanskrit. Hello, Chloe. Hello, I love Leon Kennedy. Thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Radhe Radhe. Now I have a question of the day for you all. Feel free to participate in it or not. My question for you is, what do you want to make with the world? You are welcome to interpret it in any way that you deem fit. There is certainly no wrong answer here. And I'd love to hear what you make of it. Hello, Melinda. Hello, Ragnhildur. Hello, Rachel. Thank you. And it was a wonderful afternoon. Here we are born into this world. So much potential. So much to do. What do you want to do with it? What do you want to make of it? Pleasure, says the letter P. And hello, Laura. And hello, L.A. Lewis. And thank you, Priscilla, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. You're not sure, says Chloe. That's okay. You don't have to know. Peace, says Priscilla. And Bra, you want to make the world a place of less suffering if you can, for those to know love and safety. That's a beautiful answer, Bra. And very honorable too. Just like a bodhisattva. And thank you, Enchantress, for blessing us with your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Peace and acceptance, says Ragnhildur. A symphony of positivity, says Melinda. I like that, rather than a cacophony of negativity. Peace and healing, says 31 Planes. And Sky Guardian, you wish to help whoever you can that is within your helping vicinity. Well said. Thank you, Matt, for your heartmeat. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, This Is My Show, for your heartmeat and paper crane. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, Priscilla, for your heartmeat too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Brilliant genius. You want to make others feel positive feelings. If you can do that, even after you're gone, you have succeeded. I love that. Rachel, in 3 words, you share that you want to make healing, tolerance, and community very important facets of life. I agree. Donsuela, you want to make art with the world. And that's a very noble thing to do. You already have in so many ways, I'm sure. La Lewis, you want to make no more illness or sadness. Jessie Bell, you want to practice empathy and hoping it spreads. The best way to spread virtues such as empathy is to be a shining role model for it, and hoping that others catch on and become inspired by your ability. And yes, we can have a question section after we do our question of the day and our daily reading. And hello, Rain. No more heartbreak, says L.A. Lewis. I understand you. Susanna, you want to make love and light to every being. And Enchantress, you share that you leave art around for people to find. I'm sure that you do. Now, let us pause our exploration of this question of the day, but I thank you all for entertaining me. Sounds like we have some beautiful possibilities which are in the hearts of all of you, and I only wish to empower those possibilities, and perhaps one day they can see the light of day. Before we go on to our regular format, which is a questions and answers on all things spiritual, philosophical, or anything else that awakens deep curiosity within your heart, let us read from a lovely book called Roar of the Ganges. We've been reading it a few pages at a time every day, and with consistent practice, we're already, let us see, 50 pages into the book. This was written and gifted to me by Swami Taratmananda Ji through one of his disciples, Sky Guardian, who is a frequent member of our Sangha. His guru has given us his blessing in reading this book together. He has told me that in a few days, weeks, months, I'm not sure, it will be made free for download as a PDF, so you don't have to go out and buy it, which is very kind of him. This book is like a story that takes place in India, where Swami Taratmanandaji, then known as Mark, was exploring ashram life surrounded by fellow spiritual seekers in a very sacred town called Rishikesh. He and his friend Vijay was on their way up into the foothills of the Himalayas to find this great sage who had been meditating for 10 years without ever speaking. He had taken a vow of silence. Leaving the conclave of ashrams behind, we followed a footpath rising up from the wooded hillside. The sky was bright now, even though the sun had not yet risen over the mountains. Quiet prevailed except for the occasional call of an unseen bird or the commotion of a group of monkeys foraging for their breakfast. Leisurely, we hiked up the mountainside for several hours, stopping now and then to rest. Sitting in the cool shade of a grove of trees, I asked, "Why has this sadhu chosen to remain silent for 10 years? Is it a form of meditation for him, or is it mainly tapas, religious penance?" Vijay replied, "The practice of keeping silence, what is called mauna, is a very great religious discipline. It is being praised in all scriptures as the highest form of prayer. Instead of speaking to others, all words and thoughts are directed towards God. By practicing mauna, he will gain God's grace." Vijay paused to take a sip from a bottle of water. Mauna is also a spiritual practice, a kind of yoga. "Why do you call it yoga?" I asked. After thinking a moment, Vijay replied, "Most times we are too busy with talking. We are so much extrovert, so much distracted. But we have to be quiet so we can listen to what is inside, so we can understand our minds and thoughts. Without this understanding, we cannot really be knowing ourselves." So, mauna is helping us know ourselves, and that is a kind of yoga. I told Vijay about a time when, as a student in the Pennsylvania ashram, I had tried practicing mauna for a few days as an experiment. It was difficult at first, since I was surrounded by other students who continued to talk with one another. But when they understood my intentions, they simply stopped speaking to me. All around me, conversations continued while I merely listened, feeling almost invisible, like a researcher watching through a one-way mirror. I was amazed to discover that so much daily chatter seemed prompted by social conventions and habits, rather than by a need to convey meaningful thoughts and feelings. Casual conversation is harmless, no doubt, but from my temporarily silent perspective, much of it seemed as pointless as watching reruns on television. While practicing silence, I found myself far less occupied with the countless trivial events taking place each day. I also discovered what a poor listener I had been. While others talked, I often thought about what to say next. I became preoccupied to some degree with my own thinking instead of giving them my full next. I became preoccupied to some degree with my own thinking instead of giving them my full. Now it seems my internet disconnected me for a second. Do let me know when it has returned. Such is the nature of the internet. Always unpredictable. I'm back. Thank you for letting me know. Siram Kasoon, you share that it started glitching it instead of giving them. Thank you. Instead of giving them my full attention. But, while listening silently, I had no need to formulate a response. I began to listen with more attention and sensitivity and started to hear subtle messages to which I had previously been deaf. In a strange way, I felt as if cotton plugging my ears had been removed and I could hear clearly for the first time. Yet, the greatest lesson I learned in silence came not from observing others, but from observing myself. Again and again, I felt the urge to speak arise. Maintaining silence, I could not help but notice a persistent pressure compelling me to speak. I was astonished to discover that this pressure often seemed to originate not from a need to say something, but from a need to draw attention to myself, to have someone hear and understand me. In silence, I began to hear a faint inner cry that had been drowned out. Overwhelmed by my mind's usual chatter, it was a voice crying out for attention, the voice of someone who felt unloved and perhaps unlovable. It was the voice of a little boy who wanted to be held and cared for, evidence of a childhood hurt that had yet to be fully healed. I had been completely unaware of this pattern of mine, using conversation to cover up feelings of inadequacy. I discovered how conversation was a means I unconsciously used to feel accepted by others and to reduce my sense of isolation. While remaining silent, I could not hide from that part of myself which felt unacceptable. Many spiritual teachers, as well as psychologists and therapists, say that confronting what we unconsciously avoid is a crucial process of self-inquiry, a necessary step in the journey towards emotional and spiritual growth. That is why Vijay had called Mauna a kind of yoga. It is a spiritual practice that helps us understand ourselves. We hiked up the parched mountainside until we reached a wooded dell where a hand-lettered sign directed us along a narrow path. In the distance, I saw 5 other visitors sitting on the bare ground. They had apparently come from Rishikesh to bring food for the Sadhu and to receive his blessings. Many Hindus believe that one is blessed by merely being in the presence of a holy man, even if he says nothing at all. Before approaching the cave, we removed our sandals. Vijay reached into his tattered shoulder bag for the fruit that we would offer. It is a custom that one should never visit a sadhu empty-handed. As we drew closer, I saw a gaunt, dark-skinned man of about 45 years, with long matted hair, wearing only a loincloth. sitting cross-legged on a woven mat spread on the ground in front of the cave. But I was dumbfounded to find him engrossed in reading a newspaper, the latest Hindi edition of Times of India. What a ludicrous scene, I thought, an ascetic monk reading a newspaper in front of his cave. If he was so interested in worldly affairs, I wondered, then why live in a cave? What kind of hypocrisy was this? I reminded myself that it's foolish to make hasty judgments, so I resolved to set aside my first impressions. Vijay and I stepped forward to offer the fruit and to prostrate before him as religious etiquette requires. To my surprise, he did not look up from his newspaper. We quickly joined the devotees sitting before him. They seemed spellbound by his presence. I didn't know what to make of this peculiar scene. Shortly after, 2 of the visitors stood up to leave. The Sadhu looked up from his newspaper towards a slender boy standing nearby. He gave instructions to boy by means of gestures, facial expressions, and vocalizations like whistles, hisses, and grunts. Apparently, he wanted the boy to fetch something from a hut near the cave. In spite of his vow not to utter a word, he had managed to develop an adequate means for conveying his wishes. After setting aside his newspaper, his eyes darted from place to place, and his hands fiddled nervously. He seemed restless and bored. When the boy returned empty-handed, apparently unable to find what he was requested, the Sadhu's eyes glared and his body grew taut. He looked angry. Suddenly, the fidgety Sadhu rose from his raked mat to return to the solitude of his cave. Once again, Vijay and I prostrated before him. After he disappeared into the cave's dark mouth, we retrieved our sandals and started back down the trail. I was bewildered by what I had just witnessed. That Sadhu was regarded as a holy man. People had been coming for years to receive his blessings. Yet, my mind rebelled at his seeming duplicity and the likely hypocrisy of the whole situation. Walking down the winding track, I asked Vijay, "Do you think that Sadhu is really a holy man?" "Yes," he replied. "You don't think he is a fake?" "No, of course not." "How can you say that?" I said excitedly. "Did you see how angry he became at that boy?" "Yes," Vijay answered. "I was also seeing that. But the Sadhu is devoting his entire life to spiritual realization. He is living in a cave and keeping silent for 10 years. How can you be saying he is fake?" From the tone of his voice, I knew that I had offended Vijay by implying that the Sadhu was something less than a saint. Rather than pursue an awkward debate on the subject, I fell silent, replaying in my mind those scenes at the cave as we walked down the path through the heart of the afternoon. All right, we may pause our reading there. So there you have it. That was Swami Tadatmanandaji's, and known as Mark's, experience with the Sadhu who had been meditating in a cave without speaking for 10 years. I also find humor in that scene of the holy man just reading a newspaper on the porch of his cave. So I thank you, my dear viewers, for listening to that section with us. And thank you to those who sent a gift whilst I read. Aunt Vicky, thank you for your 4 finger hearts. Radhe, Radhe. And Dabini, thank you for your heart me. Jai Sita Rama. Thank you, Priscilla, for your team bracelet. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, the Protein Princess, for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. Hello, Chloe. Hello, May. I do have my hair up today, which some of you have noticed. It's not cut or any different. It's just in a bun. And thank you, Bobby Sue, for your heart me, team bracelet, and cheer you up. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, John F, for your confetti and pair of team bracelets. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hello, Rachel Black Moon. And thank you, Dob Darker, for your heart me. And BB, thank you for your 15 roses. Radhe, Radhe. We do have a couple Chloes in here, don't we? And thank you, MJ, for your 2 donuts. How are you all doing today? Notice whatever feelings are arising within you at this time, that they are occurring to you and not of you. Whether it be a hint of sadness, regret, sorrow, frustration, loneliness. These are sensations that come and go, and they are allowed to be here. MJ, you are feeling joyful and grateful, and beautifully. Thank you, Rachel, for your 20 roses. Radhe, Radhe. Gregor, you share that you are noticing lots of bugs returning from hell to the mortal planes as to fly near you once again. There was a spot in Paramahansa Yogananda's book, The Autobiography of a Yogi, where he was staying at his guru's hermitage, Swami Sri Yukteswar Giri, and he must have been keeping his guru awake, because from the other room he would go, So, Sri Yukteswar asked, "Are you swatting mosquitoes, Yogananda?" "Yes, Gurudev." "Don't you know that every mosquito has a soul, just like yours, wanting to be happy, wanting to be loved, wanting to love?" "Sorry, Gurudev." The next 10 minutes were silent. Then Sri Yukteswar spoke up again. "You are no longer swatting mosquitoes, but your mind still is." "Sorry, Gurudev." And that was the last moment that mosquitoes were ever in the room. By some yogic power, his guru had commanded all the mosquitoes to leave, and they didn't come back. Schrodinger's chat, you share that you are processing grief still, but the clarity of vision is here now, finally. Grief may take a while to process. Sometimes we use the saying that it can take a while until you feel like your normal self again. But what is this normal self that we talk so highly of? I think it's very normal to grieve. I think you are being your normal self, even in the processing. Dylan, you ask if I can speak on empathy and whether too much is unhelpful and tips to use it effectively. Too much is never unhelpful. However, that doesn't mean we shouldn't set boundaries with those that will take advantage of our kindness. Those who are going to abuse our empathy, we can be empathetic in a more time-aware way. In the short term, we may be empathetic out of fear that if we don't connect emotionally, then their emotions will arise in a fury. Some people depend on you for their own emotional stability. And when you put a wall up, it may seem like you are doing harm to them. But in the long run, you are teaching them to be independent, that they can survive without relying on you for their own emotional stability. That's a kind of long-term empathy because you have the best version of themselves in mind, not just out of fear that this moment may be scary, but so that they may have the possibility of a beautiful future down the road. So let your empathy extend into the future. Let not your short-term fears take precedence over long-term fulfillment and freedom. And thank you, Bree, for your rosette. Radhe Radhe. Magdalene, you had mentioned that you had a heartfelt conversation with your mother today, and her voice brought solace to your spirit. Mothers are such good conduits for love. In physics, there exists materials called superconductors. Some materials exhibit a property called superconductivity. When they're lowered below a certain temperature, then the electrons flow freely with practically no resistance. They become 100% efficient at delivering the energy of electricity. Mothers also have the capacity to be like superconductors. But we also have to lower their temperature. Not their physical temperature, their emotional temperature. Take away the heat source. Then when their system is cool, they become 100% efficient at delivering the energy of love. And thank you. Thank you, Jesus, for your pair of finger hearts. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Tattvam Asi, for your pair of team bracelets. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Henry, for your rose. It's a beautiful name. Perhaps there could be a way in which I pronounce it even better. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, Jared, for your heart meet, team bracelet, and 41 cheer you ups. Hari Om Tat Sat. Curly Fry, you share that you feel down today. What do you do to lift your spirits a bit? When I'm feeling down, I get down. I lay on the floor. And I imagine all my muscles releasing one by one, like I were made of ice cream, and I just melt into the earth. And I let all my worries just wash away. Sometimes it feels good to hold on to worries, to hold on to resentment. But let me tell you, it feels even better to let them go. And then, when I've served my time on the floor, I get up and I stretch nice and tall. And I pour myself a cup of juice. I just love my juice. Apple juice, cranberry juice, grape juice, mango juice. I am a juice boy. Thank you. Thank you, K-King, for your little crown. Username certainly checked out. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you, Henry, for another heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Chelsea, you ask, did I have juice today? You had a mango smoothie. I love that. Sounds delicious. You know, I didn't have juice today, actually. Henry, you share that I'm one of 3 people to say your name right first try. Oh, it's an honor. I'm happy to see that. 31 planes of existence. You ask, what Sanskrit word did you learn today? I was thinking of you while I read this, because I thought you'd ask. Rajanau. That's R-A-A-J-A-A-N-A-U. Raja now. It means 2 kings. Exactly 2 kings. Raja now. No more, no less. And thank you, Jesus, for your quintet of disco loves a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Alfie, for your team bracelet, bubble tea, and trio of friendship necklaces. Hello, Ma. Dansuela, you share that you yourself are a bit of a juice boy too. You're drinking peach juice right now. Oh, that sounds just divine. Manuel? You ask, where do you live if you don't mind me asking? I don't mind you asking. I try to live in a state of superfluous vibration, in which everything that comes from me is not out of fear, but out of love. And if you live in that state too, then we live in the same place. We tend to think of the world as what is the same for everyone, but our consciousness as what differs. But it's truly the other way around. It is our consciousness that is the same, and all of our worlds are different. When one abides in the self, then you are in the same spot as every saint who has ever found union with their center. The Christ is right behind your eyes. The Buddha is in between your ears. Krishna is in your heart. And thank you, John F., for your confetti. Radhe, Radhe. And 31 planes of existence, thank you for your hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Juliana, for your TikTok, Rose, ice cream cone, Gigi, and a cloud bread. Jai Sita Rama and Babi Su, thank you for your quintet of finger hearts. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. "31 planes of existence," you ask. But you still feel fear. How do you push it away when you feel it coming? That's the secret. It's the pushing away of fear in which the true anxiety arises. If you feel the wind of fear approaching, let it blow right through you. It has a place to go. It has a recipient of its information. Let it pass on by so it can go where it needs to go. Richard Feynman, a famous theoretical physicist, in his doctoral thesis, he proved a very beautiful thing about information in quantum mechanics. His doctoral thesis showed many things about the nature of light and how particles carry information. But the most profound consequence of his thesis was that when a particle is released to deliver some information, it is guaranteed that it will reach its destination. If only the Postal Service had this success rate. Not 90%, not 99%, it's 100% efficiency. If the universe releases any particle to go and deliver information, that recipient is already guaranteed. It's only a matter of time. Likewise, our emotions, they have a place they need to get to. And it's in the resistance to the emotion that the fight happens. It's the fight with them. Do we lose power over ourselves? But letting all emotions pass through you, as if you were a conductor, without reacting to them, you become free from negative vices. So the secret to be beyond fear is not to suppress fear when it arises, but to feel it. Feel it openly. Maybe a tear rolls down your cheek as you feel the emotion. But you don't back down from experiencing the fullness of it. You keep breathing, and it goes where it needs to go. And thank you, Henri, for your quartet of rosas. Radhe, Radhe. And Jared, thank you for your marvelous confetti. Ryom Tat Sat. And thank you, John F., for your trio of confetti. Jai Sita Ram. And you're right, 31 planes. It does take practice. And every time we experience the opportunity for practice, we get better at accepting the challenge. Thank you, Ron, for your heart meat and 10 finger hearts. Ryom Tat Sat. Eloise, you ask, how do I know if I'm making a good or bad decision with something? I'll tell you a story about my mother last year. She went up island, we live on an island, to go for just a mini vacation, to treat herself to some away time. There she was hiking in the woods when she saw a couple approaching her. She asked me, "Who do you think it was?" I said, "I have no idea. I heard that some of the royal family were scouting for a house on this island. So I said, is it the Prince of England? She said, no, it's the king of social media. It was Mark Zuckerberg and his wife. And he asked my mom, do you know the way to the ocean? And it's a funny question to ask someone on an island. Because if you're on an island, that means the ocean's in all directions. So she said, just keep going the way you're going. Don't run in circles, and you'll get there. Likewise, with life, we all have our pathway to happiness. Happiness exists all around us. The only way we don't arrive at happiness is when we're running in circles. It's when we make one decision and then back out of it, and then back out of that one, back to the original one, and we go back and forth. But if you really want to get to the ocean, you just stick with whatever decision. Yes, you are allowed to make mistakes. You are allowed to navigate around the cliff. But as long as you keep your trajectory more or less consistent, you will get to the beach. And thank you, Louvain, for your heartbeat and team bracelet. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, Nunya, for your heartbeat and cheer you up. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Ragnhildur, for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Trainadora, for your tiny. Yippee! And Swin, thank you for that whole galaxy you sent a minute ago. It is always a very humbling gift, and I am honored to be the recipient of it. Radhe, Radhe. Chloe, you ask, with the amount of questions you answer, do you sometimes remember us individually? There are a lot of people, that is for sure. But I do recognize your profile pictures or usernames when you return. For example, I know Dylan is here when I see the one with a black flag in their username. Thank you, Ginseng, for your popcorn. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Kikayo or Kikajo, for your quartet of finger hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, 31 planes of existence, for your paper crane. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Deb, for your whipped coffee. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Sherry O'Connor, for your flowers. And welcome, Echo Leaf. Billy, you ask, how do I learn to see and feel the good in the world? As a child, I wasn't safe, and that's hard to let go of. Consider, for example, the repercussions of not seeing the good in the world. The repercussions of this is to make decisions out of fear. And when people make decisions out of fear, this leads to more conflict in the world. So the pathway to a good world is paved by seeing the good in it in the first place. The more you trust something, the more trustable it becomes. My kitties, for example, every time I'd leave the door open outside and they saw a chance to run, they would run. And they wouldn't let me pick them up. And it would take forever getting them inside the house again. But then I realized they're only running because they feel like they have to be outside. They know that they're not supposed to, and that's what makes them do it. So instead of trying to chase them outside, I picked them up and I purposefully placed them in the middle of the yard. And when that happened, there was no reason for them to run anymore, because they know that there is an intention now to being here. And with that, I could trust them. But my ability to trust them came from assuming that I could. And the more that I allowed them to be trusted, the more trustable they became. And likewise, with the world, we find the good in it by first assuming that there is. And the more we allow the world to show us its goodness, then the more we find that goodness in it. Sometimes we may feel like being more aware of the goodness takes our awareness away from what could harm us. And that is only because we care about this life and we don't want the preciousness to be threatened. However, when we live a life in fear of what could be taken away from us, then we are hardly living at all. And Billy, you share that you think it's the hardest to believe in the good in yourself. We all make mistakes, and in being good, eventually, we may cause others to be hurt. But the pathway to goodness is not paved through never making mistakes. It is carved out by our ability to heal and help those which we have hurt, our ability to take accountability, to be humbled by our wrongdoings, so that we may become wiser in what is right. As long as that potential is there to learn from the ways we've hurt others, then that is true goodness, in my opinion. And thank you, Priscilla, for another rose from you. Orion Tat Sat. And thank you, Lily, for your heart me quartet of roses, a finger heart, and a tiny. Yippee! And thank you, Shilo, for your rose. I am honored to receive it. Radhe, Radhe. Caro, you ask, how do I stop being so angry and reactive? Anger is a divine expression when it is used right. For instance, when a mother wants to protect her children, getting angry at those who may threaten her peace can be a necessary way to stand up for herself, for her family. In our society, we may minimize anger in the feminine because the masculine is truly afraid of it. And it's a very good thing that we are afraid of it, because she is so powerful in her anger. She could take over the world with it if she wanted. As long as anger is used for authentic self-expression and not for minimizing the other, not for hurting, then it becomes a quality of the divine feminine. So you don't need to stop getting angry or expressing yourself through it. You simply must utilize it more effectively. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Nunya, for your popcorn. Jai Sita Ram. Couple of nomads, you ask, how do I stop feeling overwhelmed with too many things to do and not enough time? Maybe this is a side effect of video games nowadays. People try to finish 100% of them, get all the collectibles, get all the achievements, all the items, max out their stats, visit every location, do every side quest, because then you've truly completed the game. But in life, you don't have to 100% it in order to feel whole. the possibilities that exist in life are not there so that you may do it all. It's so that you may put your all into whatever you choose. Then that wholeness is found by applying yourself wholeheartedly in whatever it is you are doing. It is possible to find infinite bliss not by completing the infinitude of quests, but to apply that infinity into whatever you are doing. Thank you, Bobby Sue, for your quintet of finger hearts. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Goblin Brain, for your heart me. Jai Sita Rama. And thank you, Liz, for your rosa. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, couple of nomads, for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Human Trash Panda, you ask, do you have a podcast or something I can listen to every day? I feel like it would be very beneficial. Well, I do go live every day. I also publish the recordings of them every day to my archive channel on YouTube, Yamsox Lives. The first link in the link tree in my bio. Jaden, you are wondering what my pronouns are. I am reminded of a meme I saw today where I go by he, him, even though spiritually I know I am much more. It's just that even if you tell me you've already pressed the pedestrian walk button at a stoplight, I'm going to press it again just to make sure. Thank you, Priscilla, for your ice cream cone. Jai Sita Ram. Thank you, Liv, for your octet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Human Trash Panda, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Jarrett, for your snowboard. G to Infinity, you ask, what kind of birds are on your shirt? Very colorful and comfy ones. And Swin, you ask, why did I choose the hummingbird shirt today? I'm a textures kind of guy. I choose my clothing based on how it feels to wear them. This is a very light shirt, high thread count. I'm also wearing pajamas down below. So it's a comfy sort of day. Namaste and good night, Chloe. May you have a lovely day at work. when you get there. And thank you, Peter Vans, for your rose. Ryom Tat Sat. And thank you, Graham, for your rose too. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, Sonia, for your hat and mustache. Lilia, you share that you really enjoyed the chant last night and the live. And what do you practice as far as your spirituality and faith? Do you have a specific label, or is it more open? What do you believe in and practice? You'd love to know what my faith is as you resonate with your own way, but you're curious if it relates. Very well said. My faith does not have any particular labels, as I am interested in spirituality as a whole. I believe that any authentic expression of oneself is genuine, and so I look up to saints of many different religions and many places and sources beyond religion. I see music as spiritual, mathematics, and even science, the arts, athleticism, and a good talk from your mother. All of these places can give rise to new meaning in this human experience. And in the quest of meaning, the possibilities are all around us. I am drawn particularly towards that of what you might label as Buddhism, Taoism, or especially Hinduism. But I stay away from those labels, particularly because practitioners of those faiths don't even use those labels themselves. For example, in the Sanatana Dharma, there is no such thing as caste or creed. Hinduism is an exonym which the Persians used to describe the culture beyond the Indus River. But true spirituality is beyond all name and form. You may practice whatever you want, and as long as you are faithful, it is that sentiment that you carry in the heart that matters, not what form you choose to convey that sentiment in. Good morning, cornbread. Thank you, Jared, for your fire and snowboard. Radhe, Radhe. Amanda McCormack, you ask, pizza or a burger? Please help me choose, O wise one. Why not use 2 pizza slices as the bun for your pizza burger? And don't tell the Italians, or they'll prepare for another war. "31 Planes of Existence." You share that you Googled today how many Hindu gods/goddesses are there. Google said 330 plus million. Indeed. And yet, in such diversity, they all exemplify a spiritual unity, where that one united source can be expressed in infinite multitudes. Lilia Kills, you share that you've had Kali Ma be very active in your spiritual journey. You feel like you need to connect with more Hindu. Alright, Kali Ma, did you hear that from Lilia? She says, my dear, there is only one woman in the world, and I am her. I am expressed through everyone, so you are already connected with I. Thank you, Ashley Rose, for your 5 rosas. Radhe, Radhe. Billy, you share that you think there are as many religions and / or gods as there are people in the world, maybe more. I will add to that there are as many religions as there are thoughts, as many deities as there are feelings, as many paths as there are atoms. In every speck of dust in this cosmos, there the whole universe is. And thank you, Ashley, for another quartet of roses. And Dan Hao Yu, thank you for your heartmeat. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Ezekiel, for your rose too. Diego, you ask, what's the peak of someone's existence? This moment. The entirety of the universe takes place now. Lilia, you share that you have a question. You've been so connected to spirit in the past, but chronic pain and health issues and being home and bed bound, often you find it has impacted connections. Any advice? Just curious, not wanting to saturate blessings. Well said again. We might feel like pain is a sign that we could be living a better life. And in that vision we have for ourselves, there is someone who is wiser, happier, funnier, however, the pain is not supposed to be a reminder of who you are not. It's a reminder of who you are right now. Pain can teach us many things about ourselves, what we value, what's truly important to us. Pain is one of the ways in which we express ourselves as fully human. When we stick our hand in fire, two things happen. First, our hand begins to burn. Second, we feel the pain. Now, the hand burning is a bad thing. No one can deny. From this hand, we feed ourselves, we give to others, and we pet our cats. But the pain is a good thing, because without it, we wouldn't know that something could be better. So we withdraw our hand from the fire, not because of the burning, but because of the pain. So the pain is what helps us take a step in the right direction. Now, yes, many of you have very good hearing. I do have a kitty at my door who would like to come in, so I will do so. I'll be right back. My lovely two kittens. They like standing on my windowsill, looking at the lizards that are in my mother's garden out front. And thank you to Lori, who sent that donut. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Karen, for your trio of roses. Jai Sita Rama. Is your name Siobhan? But thank you, Miss Joyce, for your heartmeat. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Kimmy Stronger 2.0, for your 25 roses. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, Aitenya, for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Now, Sandy wants back out. Yes. I will open the door for my lovely kitten. Who is the owner here? I think my cats are the master of me. But You have to say hi to everyone. The sandy looking one is named Sandy, and the shadowy looking one is named Shadow. I love them very much, and they teach me lots. Zealot, you share. I also cannot decide where I want to be. I feel you, Sandy. Right? Sandy is very relatable. Jules, you share. I don't know why your voice is so calming. I fell asleep in the middle of my video game. What video game are you playing, Jules? And Karen, you ask, why do I feel guilty when I rest or take a break? Guilty for not doing more. Perhaps when you were growing up, your household was very result-oriented, that your sense of self-worth was dependent on how productive you were. And if you weren't doing something, then that means you weren't growing, you weren't bettering something. The truth is that resting is very productive, and you do grow during rest. When we sleep, our body regenerates, and we process new skills that we learned that day. I remember I tried juggling for the first time. I couldn't quite do it. I tried it for hours, just with 2 balls. And I'd still drop them every time, without failure. Well, without success. Consistent failure. And then I slept on it. Literally. When I woke up, my brain had been going through the routine, subconsciously. Because when I woke up, I was able to do it. Now, I wasn't a master, but suddenly, the movement became a little more intentional. Now it became much easier to practice that day. So never mistake rest for something unproductive. Because if you never rest, you can never learn new things. You can never heal. You can never relax. Without those things, how will you be even more productive in the future? Thank you, Jessica, for your rose a moment ago. Ryom Tat Sat. Thank you, Jarrett, for another snowboard. Jai Sitaram. Thank you, B-Flowmatics, for your rose. Ryom Tat Sat. Jules, did you get back to me on what game you were playing? can't see it if you did. And thank you, Divinely Chosen, for your Heart Me and Team bracelet. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Isabella, for your Heart Me, your Rose, Team bracelet, and cheer you up. Jai Sita Ram. Reformed Junker, you ask, do you believe desire is the root of all suffering? There is a deep relationship between suffering and desire. It's the desire to gratify our senses, to serve ourselves. If we flip this will around and serve the world instead of our senses, then these desires give rise to satisfaction rather than temporary gratification. That's all right, Jules. You are certainly welcome to sleep. And thank you, Zealot, for your quartet of cloud breads. And you had asked, why is it when I feel bad, I do things that make me feel worse? Like pain equals no PT. Sad equals avoid therapy. It is a consequence of looking at the compounding effect of positivity from a relative sense. See, when we are positive, we make even better choices for ourselves, which leads to more positivity in the long run. When we are happy, we lead more fulfilling lives, which leads to more things to be happy about. We could look at it in reverse and see that when we aren't happy, then we don't make as profound changes towards growth, towards the right things. But look at it the other way around again and see that from positivity, it grows on itself. Thus, you can utilize the compounding effect to better yourself every day by the law of incremental growth. So really what you have observed is a blessing in disguise, that you have indirectly witnessed the compounding effect of positivity just from a relative viewpoint in terms of its absence rather than presence. And thank you, Karen, for your finger heart. Jai Sita Rama. And thank you, Wandering Widow, for your quintet of finger hearts. I tally up. Jai Sita Rama. And thank you, Jarrett, for your cheer you up. And Tiny Tiny. Yippee! Birdie, you share from your experience that pain has taught you invaluable lessons and allowed you to change for the better. I'm so happy to hear that. That's a powerful observation, that is, and such a wonderful thing to affirm. Thank you. Couldn't afford the octet of cloud bread zealot. That's quite alright. It is the intention that counts, and I'm just as equally honored. happy to hear that, Zealot. I agree. Wealth begets wealth. Money isn't the only thing. When we invest in it, does it compound? So too does our own self-worth when we invest in it too. Mystical earth offerings, you ask, am I autistic? Genuine as you are, and you're curious. I believe that what we may call as traits of the neurodivergent, whatever part of the spectrum of spectrums you may be on, relative to most of society, it may seem like an absence of social awareness, an absence of emotional regulation, an absence of awareness in typical things. But the truth is, the traits of a neurodivergent are very similar to that of the wise, of the yogis, of the trailblazers, who don't have some defect, but the presence of sensitivity to dimensions of life that others may not be aware of themselves. In ancient times in India, for example, the spiritual masters were those who paid attention to, who looked at them when they ate their food. They would ensure that the food on their plate was of the right texture and temperature, no more than plus or minus 10 degrees of their own body temperature. They would be aware of the tone in which people were speaking, and if that matched the expressions on their face. This is because there is a shared information web that exists across the very tapestry of our senses. When you tap into that, you become sensitive to life. You become sensitive to the subtle world that permeates existence. Only in absence of a spiritual practice do these things cause a disorder in one's life. But by nourishing these sensitivities, you become that much wiser, that much more spiritually in tune with the very substrate of your existence, with the subtle transference of energy that those ancient ones called karma. The truth is, there are those which are autistic and those which have yet to tap into the depth of their autism. It is not some way to be. It is a dimension of life that many wish not to explore. Everyone has that capacity to explore what's under the surface of mundane life by connecting with that source, as G to Infinity says. And thank you, Brandy Keeter, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Amanda McCormick, you shared that you just want to be in the stars. You are made of stardust. Never forget that. You are already among them. And thank you, Allison, for your rose. Riom Tat Sat. Mystical Earth Offerings. You share that you feel as though we're here to show others how to connect to Source and be authentic. And what a noble observation that is. And by helping others, we help ourselves. There was once an old man who lived in a forest, and he had a visitor. She was a young woman who was hungry, and so she asked of him for a cup of his soup in the pot that he was brewing. Without either of their awareness on the pot, an eagle was flying over by with a poisonous snake in its talons. The snake was still alive and bit the eagle, which caused it to release the snake, and it dropped into the pot. The pot was boiling, and so the snake died rather quickly. But when the old man served the cup of soup to the young woman, she took a sip and slowly began to die. It wasn't long before that she had passed away due to the poison she had ingested. And so when some fellow passerbys saw the commotion of the old man realizing that he had inadvertently aided in her death, they started wondering what to do. The passerbys were not the only ones who were aware of this occasion. The celestial gods, who managed the distribution of karma, were also up there, scratching their chins. Who do we give the karma to? Is it the young woman's fault for taking a cup of soup from a stranger? No, she was trusting. She's allowed to put herself in vulnerable situations. Is it the old man's fault for not checking what was in the soup? No, he had no reason to suspect that there was anything wrong with this meal that he cooked every day. Was it the snake's fault for being venomous? Or for biting the eagle? No, being poisonous is what helps it be prevented from dying itself. It's part of its being. And it only bit the eagle because the eagle was trying to kill it. So is it the eagle's fault for causing this whole thing, for grabbing this snake and trying to kill it? While they were debating over who gets the karma, the passerbys on the ground, they started judging the old man and decided that he got the karma. So they were scolding him, "How could you do this to her? She had her whole life ahead of her, and now she has passed away. You are terrible, vile, you disgust me." And that's when the celestial gods knew who got the karma. It was those who were judging the incident. Fortunately, although we do get part of the karma when we judge others for something that they were a part of, it works in reverse too, that we get positive karma out of helping someone achieve their best. So when we inspire others to do good, we get a part of the karma, good karma, in return. And thank you, Ashley, for your pair of tiny tinies that you sent a minute ago. Nippy! Alfie, you were wondering if you can hear my views on the whole Schrodinger theory. Erwin Schrodinger? I assume you are wondering about quantum entanglement and his cat experiment. Or you are wondering about his famous equation, the wave function. His equation in quantum mechanics was so important to him that he had it inscribed on his tomb, describing the evolution of the wave function of all particles in existence. From that equation you could derive various other phenomenon in the quantum world, such as entanglement, tunneling. It's a truly powerful differential equation. But it was not his favorite equation. Schrodinger loved to study the Upanishads, which are the philosophical portion of humanity's most ancient scriptures, known as the Vedas. In the Upanishads, there is an even more ancient equation, which he said was his favorite equation. He talked about it so much that his colleagues called it Schrodinger's second equation, after his first, which described the wave function. What was that equation in question? It was that Atman equals Brahman. Now, what are these terms, you might be wondering? Atman comes from Proto-Indo-European Ati, meaning first, and Man, meaning personification of. So the Atman is the firstmost expression, the firstmost identity. It refers to the core of who you are. In essence, the self with a capital S. Your soul, your consciousness. Brahman comes from the root bra, which means to expand. The Brahman is the personification of that which is all expansive, the omnipresent. So, in these 5,000 to 10,000 year old scriptures, therein lies the secret equation, Atman equals Brahman. That the true essence of who you are is omnipresent. That this consciousness of yours does not start from the top of your head and end at the tip of your toes. It extends far past your body and includes everything in your experience. You are not just one aspect of life. You are life itself. This fascinated Schrodinger and many other of the forefathers of quantum mechanics. Niels Bohr, Max Planck. They too loved Vedanta, the study of the Vedas, and Robert Oppenheimer, who you all know as the father of the atomic bomb. He famously said, on witnessing the Trinity test, "I have become death, destroyer of worlds." A quote from the Bhagavad Gita, where Vishnu, in the form of Krishna, reveals his cosmic form to Arjuna. So, it is no coincidence that we find such spiritual themes in quantum mechanics, since the very discoverers of it were such spiritual people themselves. Thank you, Radiohead. Drums, music. You have increased your expression of Radiohead. I believe the last time you were here, you were just drums. Now you are so much more. You are music and fun. Thank you for your 23 roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Swin, for your heart me and your 33 team bracelets. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you for subscribing. I am elated to be in the service of you. I hope you enjoy the sticker pack that comes with it too. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Amanda. I'm very honored to have you here as always. And I'm happy to have you here, Jules, as well. And thank you, Sarah Newton. Pino Meow, you ask, where did you learn so much about science and physics? Well, there is certainly much more that I don't know about these disciplines than that which I do know. But the little that I do know came from being a very passionate nerd through middle and high school. I talk about this story in more detail on the frequently asked questions portion of the link tree in my bio, where you can learn more about basic facts about me. But to make a long story short, I had become interested in physics outside of school, and I started just reading Wikipedia articles, watching YouTube videos. I really didn't care where I got my information. I was just interested to get any. Deceased, you're wondering what I think of Eckhart Tolle. I've learned so much from him personally, and it's clear that what he has experienced is so much peace. I like his story about waking up in the middle of the night anxious. And this had happened time and time over again. He got so sick and tired of this pattern in his life, waking up sad and scared, that he said, I can't live with myself anymore. It's a funny sentence, he thought. I can't live with myself anymore. Well, who is this I, and who is this self that it cannot live with? Are there two people inside me? Or just one? If it's two, how is it that there's a part of me that it wants gone? But if it's me, how can I be separate from it? This thought puzzled him, and suddenly it started to make sense. That there is two parts of ourself, one lower, more immanent, the one we use to engage with others in the world, but another higher, more transcendent, that is always there, but just watching. That higher self, so to speak, it really had no problem at all. It has always been watching, peacefully, without judgment. It's the lower self that's always getting into trouble. There's almost like a parental relationship going on, where our higher self watches and consoles the lower self when it needs our help. And the lower self is like the child finding its way into trouble. When I heard Eckhart Tolle explain it like this, I was very grateful to hear it put so elegantly, and he was a big early inspiration of mine, spiritually speaking, when I started becoming interested in watching YouTube videos about these sorts of things. Thank you, Storm, for your heart me a few minutes ago. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Time to Tell the Truth, for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. Thank you, Sherry O'Connor, for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Bye, Jules. May you have a beautiful sleep whenever you get there. And thank you, Sarah Newton, for your pair of disco loves. And thank you, Billy, for your beach volleyball. Hariom Tat Sat. Deceased, I saw your question, and it's a very good question, in my opinion. You ask, can you be spiritual and atheist? And the answer is, absolutely. There have been many great spiritual practitioners who never invoked the concept of God and still found peace and bliss, such as Lao Tzu in his Tao Te Ching, the founder of Taoism, such as Buddha in his discourses, the founder of Buddhism. Both are, for example, transtheist, in that they don't deny the existence of God, nor do they affirm the existence of God, nor do they say that there is no answer, nor do they say that they don't know. A transtheist is just concerned with a different approach. And time has showed that this is a totally valid interpretation of spirituality. There have been many great transtheists who have found such equanimity. Time has also showed many saints who also utilize God in their spiritual pursuits and have found great peace themselves too. Does this mean that one path is right and another is wrong? Not at all. It means that there are many paths to the one, and you are free to choose which one. Thank you, this is my show, for your forever Rosa that you sent a few minutes ago. Radhe, Radhe. And Isabel's Fairy Tales. Thank you for your donut and rose. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Isabel's Fairy Tales, for being such a vibrant member of our Sangha always. Electronic Beast, you ask, will I be punished after death for being a bad person? If that motivates you to be a good person, then any reason to do good is a good reason. However, not all reasons are equal, and faith out of fear is only the beginning of faith. If you have to be motivated to do good out of fear, then there's so much more good you can be doing with even more inspiring reasons. Thank you, Lena, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, MJ, for your 10 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Sarah Newton, for your quartet of fires. Jai Sitaram. And Pantagor, thank you for your heartmeat, for your tiny. Yippee! And thank you, Sarah, for another 10 cloud breads. Radhe, Radhe. And Samantha Sunshine, thank you for your finger heart. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Lena, for your 2 roses and a disco love. Deceased, you ask, how can I be spiritual if I don't believe in free will? It's a good question. Free will is not of the world. We certainly cannot affect the laws of physics. Free will is not even of the body. Whether the gallbladder is signaled to start digesting by releasing certain enzymes, whether the ribosomes in your outside your nucleus in your cells are given all of the amino acids and messages from the tRNA to start assembling various proteins by transcribing your DNA. These processes are not in our free will. Our body is not under our control directly, but we do have influence over it. The body is compelled to act out of what mindset you carry. So does this mean that we can control our mind? Interestingly, the answer is no. The mind is also not in our free will either. Haven't you noticed, for example, the presence of intrusive thoughts, and no way to simply silence the mind If it were that easy to think good thoughts, we would. Somehow, this is not possible. And when we go to sleep at night, we are bombarded by so many thoughts that we wish we could shut off. But we don't possess that ability. You might stop your search here and conclude that free will is not a possibility, since we can neither control the world, body, nor mind. Then what can we control? Well, there are 3 other things higher than the mind. Let us explore those 3, and maybe we'll have our answer there. Higher than the mind is the intellect. The intellect is what keeps talking rationally even when the mind is in complete chaos. When you're in the middle of an anxiety attack, still there is that voice of reason. Maybe I should get a glass of water. Perhaps you can take a deep breath. Is there something really out there that I should be afraid of? Or am I just overreacting? Meanwhile, the mind is like that scene in SpongeBob where all those mini SpongeBobs are running around and everything's on fire. The intellect is responsible for culling the mind, suppressing certain thoughts, and empowering other ones. So, is the intellect where we take charge of the system? Well, it seems like we're getting closer to where our free will lies, and that is true. But our intellect is dependent on the knowledge that it receives. The knowledge that it has acquired, well, that's dependent on our experiences, on what we have gone through in this life. So, we don't directly control our intellect either. Fortunately, there is one intermediary between that which you are and the intellect. This we call the ego, your sense of self. It is defined as the collection of accumulations that you have associated with over the course of your life. In each moment, there are thousands of objects to the eyes, ears, tongue, nose, skin, and mind. We do have the power to associate with part of the experience and not with others. It is this power of association that we do have free will over. We may not be able to control our environment or our body, nor even our mind and intellect. But we do control how we choose to identify with what's happening here or not. So in the spiritual practice, your power of association is the most fundamental right that you have. Whether you associate with what is true, called satsang, or what is untrue, called kusang. The pivotal shift in awakening is changing what you associate with, who you associate with, why you associate. So by surrounding yourself with positive things, experiencing positive change, thinking positive thoughts, choosing positive knowledge and associating with positive things, then we begin to control this entire human system from the top down and gain leverage over it. And thank you, Storm, for your 5 team bracelets. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Shakira, for your heart meet. Jai Sita Rama. And Lena, thank you for your rose. Amanda, you ask, why do many abandon their beliefs that many of us are reluctant to surrender? Why do many abandon a pattern that they hold on to, that many of us choose not to let go of? Sometimes we are not ready to take that leap of faith because we have survived thus far on our pattern recognition rather than trust. When we trust in the process without the analytical mind getting in the way, then we can let go of the patterns that we rely on for our sense of self-worth, happiness, and survival. By letting go of our beliefs, we become more vulnerable to life indeed. And that process is necessary for us to be free. And thank you, This Is My Show, for your fruit, friends. Riom Tat Sat. And thank you, Storm, for your quintet of cheer-you-ups. Deceased, you share that you notice I pause before answering. Do the answers come to you? And if so, from where? When choosing to talk about something in your awareness, all you have to do is connect the words to what you're already experiencing. Like this sock, for example. If I just bring my awareness to this spot of color, we can begin putting words to it. There is a gradient from a yellowish orange to a more reddish orange. It seems that the light is coming from this direction as it depicts. There is a glossiness in the eyes and a cute little smile and blush. I didn't have to recall from some authority what the nature of this sock is. If we just bring our attention to it, we can start pointing out parts of it. So, when I receive a question, that pause is there for me to bring my attention to how that question relates to something in my present experience. And then I only describe what I'm experiencing. Brody's boy, you had asked, how come so many people struggle with being faithful, being true to their partner? If this is something you have experienced, then healing comes not from trying to rationalize what has come to us, but address the feelings that arise from them. We may feel a sense of inadequacy when someone has sought something in others that they previously sought in us. We may then externalize that judgment on ourselves by blaming them. And it is true that there is a sacred trust that should not be broken in an intimate setting. But we should really focus on why we felt hurt, rather than coming to the reasons for that hurt from an external source. Inside of ourselves, ultimately, we want to be the sole provider for our loved ones. We want to cover all bases because that's what love does. Love is boundless. There is no end to the ways in which we could love someone. There is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different love languages, not 10, 100, 1,000, or 1,000,000. There are as many love languages as there are things to love about someone. And the qualities of our personality are infinite. We want to show that we have the capacity to love every nook and cranny of the other. And so we feel frauded when one goes to seek that love from someplace else. However, no one is responsible for being the sole provider of anyone. We can't be the doctor and therapist and grocer and psychiatrist and policeman and fireperson and etc. for the ones we love. We can come to understanding that just because our lover receives love from more places than ourselves, that doesn't reflect on our inability to love in all those same ways. The self that you are as primordial consciousness is not bound to one place, one time, one body, one lesson. You are that very love which exists between the two of you and between everyone in your life. Being a part of that infinite love, you should feel it in everyone. And thank you, Mahina, for your hand hearts. Radhe, Radhe. Good night, Ashley. May your dreams be meaningful and your sleep restful. Eddie, you ask, what if it feels like what it felt like before we were born, also the same as death? I like that. I realize now it is an observation more than a question. But then again, aren't all questions an observation? And all observations kinds of questions? Thank you, Melissa, for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Priscilla, for your ice cream cone. Jai Sita Rama. Billy, you ask, Yam, when did you decide you wanted to do lives and videos on TikTok? What prompted that decision? Well, I downloaded the app so I could see the funny videos that my friends were making. And then I started making funny videos of my own so I could make them laugh in return. But then I realized I could share a lot more than just jokes. I could share my interests, and I could have a voice. And people were a lot more drawn to that than they were my jokes. And when I discovered you could go live, it meant a lot to me to know that I could connect much more deeply. Thank you, Priscilla, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Amanda, you share that, to be honest, you think you shared this with me before, but that you were in an abusive situation and I helped. I am happy that you are in a better place now, but I cannot take any credit for the effort that you applied to get yourself to a better place. So I can only be proud of you without taking any ownership. But thank you for sharing. And thank you, TG, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Lena, for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. Billy, you're wondering, how long ago did I start doing lives? You know, I like to ask people, do they view their childhood in terms of what year it was, how old they were, or what grade they were in? Like if you look back on a memory, does that memory exist relative to how old you were, what year it was, or what grade you were in? For Lily, you say it's how old you are, you remember. Jade says the grade. For me, it's also the grade. And so now that I'm out of school, I have a very poor ability to describe the timeline of events outside of it. So I'm not sure exactly how long I've been live streaming. It's been a few years. But I've only been doing it daily for the past 3 months now. It's very interesting how our mind organizes our memories. That's for sure. Just the JP. You share that you always say a couple of years ago, even when it's like 10 years ago. That reminds me of my grandparents who were here several months ago. And they were bickering because my grandfather had mentioned something a couple years ago. And my grandmother said, "George, that was 20 years ago." He said, "No, it wasn't. It's just a couple years ago." That was 2 decades ago, George. He's always getting in trouble from her. Sometimes I think my grandfather is enlightened, because I've never seen him angry. When we're on a walk, he's just looking at the shapes of the bushes. That one looks like a bear. The shapes of the clouds. That one looks like a bunny. Whenever he's getting yelled at by my grandmother, just starts laughing. It's a good grandpa. I love him very dearly. G to infinity, you ask, at what age did you realize your elders/parents were human and not perfect either? I was in the back of my mom's car, and I was asking her math questions. I said, "What's 900 times 2? She said 1,800. Wow. What's 1 million plus 2 million? 3 million. Wow." I was so impressed. So I asked a even harder math question. What's 500,063 times 420? And then she said, "I don't know." And I was like, "What? You don't know? You, my mother, who has the questions to everything I ask. You don't know what the answer to this question is?" She said, "No." And I suddenly felt even more connected with my parents, because I realized that the feeling of not knowing something was something that my parents felt as well, and it only made them that much more human to share this not knowingness, that there is still a part of them that wonders about something. And part of me was scared that growing up doesn't mean you have the answers to everything. Is that the answer, Tattvamasi? My goodness, we need some separators between all these digits. What is that? My goodness. 210,026,460. Thank you. But another part of me was grateful to know that this childlike feeling of wonder doesn't go away. Just a JP, you share that you think Google made me realize my dad didn't know as much as even he thought. He would say things, and I would Google and be like, "You're wrong." Woo. Way to trample on his ego. Hello, Kelsey Ann. And thank you, July Moonchild, for your heartmeat. Radhe, Radhe. Brody's boy, you ask, how do we forgive and forget? How do we let go onto things that have hurt us so much? Who's telling you all to forgive and forget? No. You can forgive. You don't have to forget. History is doomed to repeat itself when we forget. It is with awareness of the past that we shape a better future. Forgiveness doesn't mean that you become ignorant of what they've done to you. That you don't forget how they made you feel. Forgiveness means you become open without this judgment weighing you down. Forgiveness is not about them. It's about ridding yourself of the poison that is resentment. But it is no doubt a poison, because when we hold resentment in our body, it lowers our capacity to be vibrant, to be fully alive. So you may free up some room in yourself by letting go of that bitter taste left after the wrongdoing. Create spaciousness for new things in your life once more. And no, you ask, what if the memories make you cry? Then cry. I love crying. Crying is very therapeutic, very poetic, a beautiful thing to do. I don't cry that often, But when I do, I take full advantage of it. And I get kind of sad when I stop crying, because I enjoy the experience of letting my heart express itself in such a precious way. Thank you, Ryan, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. User 2543, you ask, do you have class consciousness? I don't know if this is a typo or an autocorrect, but I do have class consciousness. Being a student of life means you're in the class of learning all the time. Keeping this in your consciousness, you are bound to become smarter every moment. Thank you, Jasmine, for your trio of finger hearts. Radhe, Radhe. Amanda, you share that your face gets all puffy when you cry, and everyone knows, and you seem to always be embarrassed by this. There's just more of you to love in those moments. And your face being an avenue to express that, your body takes full advantage of that. And I think that's beautiful. Tattvam Asi, you ask, who is it who doesn't want to let go of ego or identity? Well, of course, it's the ego. Ego doesn't want to be let go of. The good news is that it doesn't have to. It is not the relinquishing of identity that is required for happiness. It is merely a shift in identity. There is no loss, only transformation. Now, what is that shift? It's that kusang satsang thing we talked about. Sangha meaning association or company, sat meaning true, ku meaning bad. The shift from true company to true company. What does it mean to keep true company? Well, it can be very literal. We can keep around us people that inspire us. But also inwardly, the kind of personalities that we identify with. Whether we let the inspiring thoughts motivate us, or the depressing thoughts get us down. We're always going to have a little bit of both. Even the Buddha had depressing thoughts. The difference is the Buddha was oblivious to them. A negative thought. Bye-bye. But a wise thought on the other corner of my mind. Now you have my attention. And well said, Amanda. Tears can cleanse the mind by relieving emotional stress. Just a JP, you had mentioned something that I wanted to attend to as well, that you have an unrelenting need to please everyone around you, and it's super exhausting, and it burns you out. I will give you 2 pieces of advice that maybe will be of use to you. If not, you can recycle them. Don't throw them out. They can be recycled. Or if you think that this advice is shit, well then compost it. It's very good for the soil. The first is, never see yourself as the one helping. See that as the will of God. Even if you're not religious, imagine that the universe is only inspiring you to deliver the help to where it is needed. Then we don't feel drained by it, because it didn't come from you. It merely passed its way through you. Second piece of advice is to know that sometimes pleasing people can hold them back. And if we truly want to have them grow, then we allow them a little adversity. Like those children who are pampered all through life, they grow up to be particularly nasty adults. Somehow, those that grew up with conflict seem to just become the sweetest souls later in life, if they are given a chance to succeed. Now, I don't wish this suffering on anyone. No undue pain is worth it. But we can be giving people the opportunity to grow by letting them take a chance at a solution to a problem. So sometimes it's in the best interest of a people pleaser to not take the weight off of someone else's hands, so that they can become stronger by carrying it. Those are my 2 pieces of advice, should you choose to compost them or not. And thank you for that rose, 01, with a username that you will have to teach me how to pronounce. And thank you, Linda, for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Do I still study mathematics, asks Brian. Do I still find it interesting? I haven't sat down and studied math in many months now. But yes, I will always find it interesting. Thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Billy, you share that it's so sad to you that your dad died before he became a person in your eyes. He was just your dad. Sometimes the evolution of a person can take place within the heart of somebody else. Like, for example, some psychologists say very provocatively that we really become independent when our father dies, but that death need not happen physically in order for the inner change to occur. Sometimes that death can happen metaphorically. Likewise, when a physical death takes place, internally there still may be a perception of them that is growing. And that inner relationship with the idea of a father is going to be with you for a long time to come. Thank you, Lena, for your pair of roses. And thank you, Linda, for another rose. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Dean Dude. Ethan Spicy Consciousness. You ask, what do you do or go after death? Where does the movie go when it stops playing? How does a movie work anyway? It's funny. We watch the movie screen, which by itself never changes. It's the light that it's reflecting, which is changing in hue, saturation, and brightness. But that light isn't being emitted by the projector screen. The source of the light is behind us. In fact, even the film, which changes the colors which are projected on the screen, is also behind us. The light, which is the vehicle of information that expresses the whole movie, it too is never changing. Even when the movie stops, that light source is still there. There are just no more frames to render. Likewise, in this life, we don't ever go anywhere. We experience the whole world changing as it moves through us. Our mind is that movie screen. The frame is the knowledge we keep in our intellect, and the light source is that consciousness that you are. Thank you, Lena, for another rose. Radhe, Radhe. Sir Simon says, you ask, how does one let go of hurt caused by others? By honoring the part of you which allows others to hurt you. How do we honor that? By recognizing that it's our choice what to make of the events in our life. It is not our choice to choose what events we experience. Our past is out of our control, but what is in our control is how we choose to see it. Consider, for example, that famous story of two twins who had an alcoholic father. These two boys grew up in the same household, experienced almost everything the same, and yet grew up to be completely different people. Scientists love twin case studies because they exemplify how even having identical genetics can give rise to completely different personalities. The first twin grew up to be an alcoholic just like his father. When he was asked by the reporter, "Why do you think your life has turned out this way?" the first twin responded, "With my father as an alcoholic, how could it have gone any other way?" The second twin grew up to be very successful and sober, vowing never to touch a drop of alcohol himself. When the reporter asked him, "Why do you think your life ended up this way?" he said the same thing. "With my father an alcoholic, how could it have ended up any other way?" Whereas the first twin saw the adversity in life as a reason to be demotivated, the second twin saw the very same adversity in life as a reason to instead be motivated. So it is not the pain that others inflict us which cause us to close down. It is our choice not to open up to the greater lessons. Linda, you ask, why can't we remember our past lives? It will be helpful to know what we can improve in this life. Now, if you wake up sore today, even if you don't know what you did yesterday, you still know what you have to attend to today. Just feeling your legs in pain, you know that you should be a little kinder to them today. Maybe you should take a nice bath. Maybe use that gift card for a massage that your family member gave you for Christmas. The truth is that we don't have to know why we are here now in order to attend to what is prevailing. But the cause, it is said, for why we don't experience memories of past lives is twofold. The first is that death and rebirth are traumatic to the soul. And through traumatic experiences, we can forget parts of ourselves. I've had many friends who have experienced childhood trauma, and I've noticed that the common theme with all of them is that they have a difficult time remembering it or parts of their lives before it. Unless you work on healing that which has hurt you. Another reason why we don't remember is because it would make this life that much more confusing. How could we look up to our parents with that preciousness, knowing that they're not our parents in the last life or the life before that? How could we fall in love with somebody who's different from the person that we spent 80 years with in the last life? Or worse than that, how could you marry someone who was your brother 3 lifetimes ago? Or how would it feel to be siblings with your significant other 5 lifetimes ago? See, the truth is, when we promise someone that I will love you in every way possible, that comes from the soul, we mean that. In this lifetime, I will love you as your significant other. In the next lifetime, I will love you as your mother. And in the lifetime after that, I will love you as your brother. The love I have for you extends far beyond just 2 people in a relationship. I want to be in every possible relationship with you. So, we have that intimate love with everyone in our life, in some form and another. If we had awareness of it, it would get very confusing very quickly. Bobby Sue, you share that you can totally believe that you were your husband's mother in another life. Perhaps you already are in this life. And thank you, L-Wave Rider, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, MJ, for your finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. Mandy, you share that you've been following for a good while now, and your nostrils are very expressive and impressively clean. I can thank you, Mandy, for such a unique compliment. I can tell you I've never received that before. I think the art of complimenting definitely takes its roots in being able to bring awareness to a high quality in someone that they themselves are not aware of. You know, girls, everyone has told them before, you're so beautiful, so pretty, I like your eyes. But if you really want to make her smile, point out something about herself that even she does not realize is true. I love the way that when you walk out of your house, you always stare in the direction that you're going. Like that, nothing else matters except that you arrive where you're meant to be. I like that. Whenever you're listening to me read you what I'm writing, you always turn your phone over so that I have your full attention. I like how your pupils dilate whenever you see your favorite version of Hello Kitty while you're scrolling on your phone, and how you blush at seeing cute animals. That's what people really want to hear. Thank you, Linda, for your quintet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And Lena, thank you for your rose. Hriom Tat Sat. Just a JP, you share that thinking about other lives calms you greatly because you cannot let go of all the guilt of messing up as a father. Isn't it beautiful that just the assumption that you've lived many times before, that assumption alone makes us feel so much better. That I'm allowed to make mistakes, just as I have before. Now, one thing about my parents that made me very relieved to understand is that in this life, this is their first time being a parent of me in this form. My goodness, they're allowed some mistakes then. I can't expect them to know what they're doing. The first time around. Who knows? Maybe in the last lifetime it was reversed. I was their parents. Now they're trying out being the parents. I was the better parent. But hey, I loved my kids in my last lifetime so much that in this lifetime I'll give them a shot. Okay, they may make mistakes. They might traumatize me a couple times. But they're doing the best, given what they have. I can forgive them for that. I'm happy to hear that, Billy. That what I said about the deceased continuing to evolve within their survivors, that is so comforting. The impressions we make on others, that is like the very own seeds of our being that a tree may drop, making an impression in the soil. You wonder how it's possible that your soul can express itself again in another form. Well, just remember all the seeds of yourself that you sow through all of your friends, relatives, and the stories they tell about you. Of course your being lives on, and then eventually finds another form to really live on. Thank you, Fauziana, for your quartet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Fauzia Anna. Okay, I got it now. Thank you. Linda, you ask, can we help others be more conscious? We can be a shining light ourselves in hopes that we resonate with others. I have found that the best way to nourish that blossoming of consciousness in others is to become strikingly unusual, so that it forces them to quiet a part of their mind to understand you. When I used to work at a deli, I'd get bored and I'd start messing with the customers. I would ask, how may I help you? And they'd say, I'd like 300 grams of Black Forest ham. And I'd say, no problem. How much would you like that for? They'd say, 300 grams, please. I said, no, I got you. I understand how much you want. I just mean, what do you want to pay for it? They'd said, you giving me the opportunity to decide what I want? Yeah. Do you want to pay full price? Do you want to pay double? Do you want to pay half price? They'd usually go with half price. And so I'd run them up for a 50% discount. I'd give it to them. And they would stop. They'd look at me. And they'd go, is this for real? I'd say, yeah, it's yours. It reminds me of that viral skit on TikTok. Did I just say tic-tac? I meant to say TikTok. Where this guy made a sandwich for his friend. He said, "Hey, I made you a sandwich." And his friend said, "Really? Yeah. I didn't ask for one. I know. Were you making yourself a sandwich and thought that I might want one too? Because if so, that's very kind." "No, I just made you a sandwich." "Why?" "Because I'm your friend. I thought you might want a sandwich." "Thank you. It's really nice. I love you, man." Maybe you've seen it. Maybe not. Doesn't matter. The truth is, when you are unusually selfless, now that stops people in their tracks. That forces them to open up. Simply by being kind to those that don't expect your kindness. They become quieter, humbler, more conscious. Most people are running around thinking that the world is unjust and that nothing ever good comes their way, and so they're only passing on the suffering by thinking that way. If you really want to challenge that belief, be kind, and you might change their mind. Thank you, Leah, for your tiny. Beep. Kelly Jones, you ask, "Yam, have you heard of the YouTube channel, Healthy Gamer?" I have heard of them. And aren't they just a wholesome channel? I was so happy to see popular streamers attentively listening to this guy just talking about how important it is to meditate, have good posture, and take care of your health, especially your mental health. That they're up there with the big shots, talking to the biggest video game streamers, and yet they're not talking about video games. They're not talking about the latest drama. They're talking about how to become happier and healthier. And all of their millions of fans are watching. Now that is a selfless thing to do. If he wanted, he could have a very successful streaming and gaming career. But instead, he chooses to teach and let the focus be on uplifting the well-being of those that he teaches, knowing that by doing so, he is creating a role model for all of their fans. And I agree, Billy. It's much more satisfying to be giving when the person isn't expecting it. Young cries, you share that you accidentally called your coworker by your ex's name today. That's what we call a Freudian slip. It means that in that moment, they were fulfilling one of your needs that your ex used to fulfill. Like how, I'm sure, all of us, most of us at some point, accidentally called our teacher mom. Because a teacher is like a mother in many ways. And it just makes sense that the part of our brain responsible for recognizing our mother is also activated when the teacher behaves in a motherly way. Or that the part of your brain that was responsible for recognizing your lover in the past was also activated when they were fulfilling some role as your coworker. Amanda, you share that you would love it if me and Duncan would have a chat. Duncan Trussell? Is that his name? The creator of that lovely show on Netflix, spiritual show. Leah, you're wondering, do you believe that certain unkind people can be narcissistic or just learning? I know that being diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, one must go through a very formal procedure, and it's very difficult for non-psychologists to diagnose others successfully. However, the narcissistic traits, these are things that we all have. And having a trait of something in the DSM doesn't necessarily qualify you for that diagnosis. But I like what you say about learning, because regardless of the defects in our personality, there is always room to come to understand them. And when we come to understand something, we say that we learn. And that potential to understand is always there. Whether someone chooses to understand that part of them is out of our control. And so they may not be learning, but there is always a chance for them to learn. And we can bring the horse to water, but we can't force it to drink. We can point out all of the potentials in others, but it's their choice to act on it or not. And thank you, Andy, for your tiny. Yippee! My goodness, I have been streaming for a while. Cornbread? 3 hours and 20 minutes. And during that time, I didn't even look at the clock once. I think it's a good time to start wrapping things up. But before we do that, there are many things that I'd like to go through. Well, 3 of them to be exact. The first is a question of the day that I'd like to reflect on with all of you. The second is a reading from a spiritual text. And the third is a special chanting session together. If you're interested in any of that, then stick around as we end the show tonight. If not, then I thank you for being here, and maybe I can see you another time. Thank you, Simply Dawn, for your heartbeat and your quartet of team bracelets. Radhe, Radhe. My question for you all today was, what do you want to make with the world? Consider the world your resource, your Play-Doh. If you could move some stuff around, what do you want to make with it? And thank you, Alfie, for your trio of ice cream cones. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Luna Fan, for your quartet of roses. Ryom Tat Sat. Hello, Neravar, Moon and Star. And thank you, Linda, for your 26 roses. Lily's Tats, you share bliss, something you want to make with the world. I agree. L-Wave Rider, you want to make magic. Hell yeah. Gregar, you want to make art. And art you shall make. Many beautiful forests, says user 623. Wouldn't that be nice to have a couple more? Community, says Galadriel. I like that. It's a good answer. Happiness, says 823 Nix. Yeah. Wanderer says, the Batcave. I think every boy's dream at some point to have their own Batcave. Although we might not be sitting on a gold mine of our own, there is a treasure trove within that we can hollow out, and through meditation enter our own cave of tranquility within. Ryan, you'll make everybody happy and, well, Play-Doh pizza. Classic. I think all of us have eaten a little too much Play-Doh in our lives. Let's admit. I will, at least. I'll admit to that. And I've definitely bumped the average up for amount of Play-Doh consumed. Peace, says Cornbread. And more playful, less planning. I like that, less planning. Community, echoes Fat Cat Weaves. Lily, you want to make beautiful things, creative things, and abundant love for all. Beauty and peace, says Sarah. No more invisible lines, says Galadriel. Ambrosia, you want to make a soft place for your daughter to land. I love that. Beautiful. Thali, you want to make a delicious cake. MJ, you want to make love, happiness, joy, abundance, and authenticity. Future-minded, you share that you want to make heart-shaped Pangea. That's awesome. And very symbolic. That's powerful. Zane, you say that's easy. You want to make a peaceful life for all. Mahina, you want to save the environment and make a better place for your grandchildren to live. That's wonderful. Kelsey, you want to help create a place of euphoria with no violence. That's powerful too. And Song of S, you want to be an instrument of God to help the US be fully realized. I don't know if you meant to put the definite article "the" before US. Maybe it was help us be fully realized. Nonetheless, both work. Alfie, you want music to be the main energy source. I like that. Dali, you share that honestly you want people to always have hope. I love that. I'm sure they will. Alright. There have been many great answers to this question of the day. And I hope you understand not being able to read all of your lovely replies out loud. But nonetheless, I thank you for entertaining me in this inquiry on the nature of the self. And thank you, Neravar, Moon and Star, for your cloud bread. And thank you, Jake, for your good night and 16 roses. Radhe, Radhe. So, with our question of the day entertained, why don't we dive into our daily reading from Swami Taratmanandaji's book called Roar of the Ganges. Here, it is a story of his journey, a Westerner then named Mark, who used to work at a computer engineering consulting firm, I believe, and his journey to India, where he became a Swami, a renunciant. Here, we just met a Sadhu, a saint living in the foothills of the Himalayas, who had been meditating in a cave for 10 years without ever speaking. He and his friend Vijay went up there to go meet him, but they were disappointed as they found him reading a newspaper, and he also got angry with one of the devotees that had come to get the blessing of his presence. So Mark was debating with Vijay on the way down the mountain how he could be a spiritual master if he was reading the newspaper and getting angry. Was the Sadhu a holy man or a fake? And I have to laugh at Shakira's comment. Me when I go nonverbal. Yes. Whenever you go nonverbal, just remember that that's called mauna, which is the process of becoming silent for your spiritual growth. And it's a kind of yoga. But was the Sadhu a holy man or a fake? This question haunted me as we sat in the shade of a scraggly tree eating some food Vijay had brought along. While he surveyed the meandering course of the Ganges River far below, I thought about how, for thousands of years, Hindu seekers have left their homes to seclude themselves in Himalayan caves or in huts along the banks of sacred rivers. The Hindu tradition is replete with accounts of sadhus who meditated in isolated places for years before finally gaining enlightenment. Ancient texts extol the benefits of renouncing the world and retreating to a secluded place to meditate. Like at parties where things become a little too overwhelming, we find a nice cat or dog to be secluded by emotionally, or maybe we step outside to get some fresh air. There is a kind of healing and kind of deep spiritual process that occurs when we step back from the world. Some contemporary gurus too praise the solitary life, even to audiences of married men and women for whom it is an impossible dream. Because of such tremendous praise, meditation in a secluded place has become an archetype for spiritual life. It has acquired the status of being the ideal lifestyle for the most heroic of aspirants. Captured by this romantic image, many have followed their valiant role models and retreated to isolated places to seek spiritual growth. But as I sat in the tree's shade eating my lunch, I wondered how many of those aspirants actually found what they sought. The silent sadhu seemed to be subject to anger, restlessness, and boredom like anyone else. I wondered if, despite his years of meditation in the cave, he failed to gain enlightenment. There are no guarantees in spiritual life, any more so than in worldly pursuits. Retiring to a cave does not assure one of spiritual success. Maybe the sadhu sought out that cave as a fiery young man, ablaze with enthusiasm to reach the highest goal. Perhaps he took his vow of silence with complete sincerity and total dedication. He must certainly have undergone tremendous hardship over the years. Possibly, after years of intense but unsuccessful meditation, he might finally have concluded that he could not gain enlightenment in this lifetime. Then what would he do next? Having renounced the world to become a sadhu, it is virtually impossible to return to one's former life. In this culture, to turn back is not socially or religiously acceptable. In addition to facing shame and alienation, he could never find employment. So, for those who have left worldly life to seek enlightenment, but have failed in their quest, there is no question of going back. They can only persist in their lifestyle of prayer and meditation and hope to acquire the grace to gain enlightenment in a future life. And while living this humble, prayerful life, their great faith and dedication might inspire others who might look upon them as saints and come to seek their blessings. I eventually realized that to categorically judge the Mauni to be either an enlightened sage or a deceitful impostor is a kind of black and white thinking that I sometimes see in myself and others. This tendency towards good or bad, all or nothing conclusions seems to be a product of Western culture, a culture that has little room for ambiguity, a culture that prefers well-defined categories. But India is home to a culture that embraces reality with all its messy, inconvenient, and category-defining ambiguities. Reality is seldom black or white. So maybe the Sadhu was neither an impostor nor an enlightened master, but simply a monk living a prayerful life to the best of his ability. Might that not make him a saint? So we reach the end of this chapter on a silent sadhu. Tomorrow we may begin the next chapter on the search for fulfillment. I thank Swami Taratmanandaji in writing this book, as well as giving his handwritten blessings for all of us to read. He told me that this book will soon be available for free as a PDF, so I need not encourage you to buy it. Speaking of Swamiji, and I thank you all for listening with me, he also has a chanting for us to recite together, sent to me by his disciple, Sky Guardian. So, before we end this live together, we may chant with him. I'm just gonna take my hair down. And thank you to those who sent a gift whilst I read. M. Maxie, thank you for your trio of roses. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Alright. The mantra that we are going to read today is not one I've ever chanted before. It is Om Namo Narayana Shriman Narayana Charanao Saranam Aham Prapadye Srimate Narayanaya, which roughly translates to, I seek refuge at the 2 feet of the blessed Lord Vishnu. Thank you, Michael, for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, MJ, for your hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Joanna, thank you for your trio of roses. Before we begin, Dante, you have a great question. What is up with all the chanting? Bear with me, please. I'm new to this. You say. Chanting is something that humanity has been doing across cultures for perhaps tens to hundreds of thousands of years to get into trance-like states where we can dissolve in the rhythm and meaning of the words. Imagine our ancestors circled around fires with drums, chanting the glories of life, the universe, and everything. What kinds of openings of our heart and mind happen during these precious moments? Now I'm going to stop the background music very harshly and suddenly and open up the recording of Swami Taratmanandaji's chanting of this mantra that Sky Guardian has recorded for us. And I hear that it is very quiet on your end, so I will boost it for you all. And it is a little muffled, but I think we can make do.
Om Namo Narayana Chanting aloud, that's your preference, but this mantra, and like all mantras, will work much better if you start chanting aloud and then later softly and finally in silence as we continue. Join me now. Om Namo Narayana Srimate
right. This chanting, like many in actual ashrams, goes on for a lot longer. So I have to decide when to stop for all of you, since we are not frequent ashram goers ourselves. Nonetheless, I thank you all for chanting with me. And I thank you for your patience in myself finding the right rhythm, pronunciation. As I said, this is my first time in chanting this mantra, so I'm learning it with you. So thank you to Sky Guardian for recommending this chanting today. Very lovely indeed. Thank you, Rain. Let us bask in the silence that follows. And thank you, Cat, for your pair of cakes. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Christelle, for your heart me and pair of rosas. Jai Sita Rama. Gregor, you share that being nearer to the feet of Lord Vishnu makes you sleepy. Well, indeed, Lord Narayana is depicted as asleep under the ocean. So in some sense, he is the divine personality of sleep. And thank you, Shakira, for your pair of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Mahina, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Michelle Stone, for your trio of roses. Thank you, Honey Bunny Official. I am happy that you feel peace here, but I certainly can't take ownership of the sentiment that you have generated within yourself. For peace is our original nature. I can only point you to that nature, but if you took the step to get there and you are feeling that peace, then that's something that you shall be thankful for yourself. Thank you, Wandering Window, for your tiny. Yippee! And we are all like wandering windows. But I just realized I misread your name. That you are a wandering widow. Nonetheless, both a window and a widow, connotate this idea of openness. And so we are all wandering avenues of becoming more open. Now, I will be uploading the recording of this live stream to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel as always. That is there in case you wanted to listen to a part of it that you didn't get the opportunity to. Or maybe you want to experience more of my live streams when I'm not live, and that's available for you there. Thanks to modern technology, I've chaptered every video down to the minute, so you can find exactly when various concepts or topics were talked about, and you don't get the distracting chat either. And I recently got enough subscribers to monetize my videos. However, I have made the conscious decision not to, because I want you to watch them without interruption. I know it can be very distracting to be watching a video and suddenly there's an advertisement. I know some people use them to fall asleep, so it would suck to be asleep and then suddenly an advertisement pops up. Jolts you up. And my other YouTube channel, Yamsox ASMR, there I do a different kind of content. There I upload the ASMR Sundays, but also we've been reading through the Bhagavad Gita, whispered, one chapter at a time. And today I edited the 4th chapter, which I will be uploading hopefully tonight. That's the chapter on the yoga of knowledge, Jnana Yoga. So the last chapter was about the yoga of action, Karma Yoga. This is all about the path of knowledge to enlightenment. I'm also planning on doing a chanting video there, a tutorial on how to chant for relaxation, contentment. And last week we uploaded, I say we, because you inspired me, but it was me in the video who did a talking you down from anxiety. In case you're someone who experiences panic, someone who has existential dread of any form. I know I am, and so I've assembled many tips and tricks in one video. If you want to save for later, you can. That's on my ASMR YouTube channel. I hope it helps you if that's something you're interested in. And thank you, MJ, for your hand hearts. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you all for being here in this Sangha today. And the last thing I wanted to mention is that here on my microphone, there are Yamsox. These are comfy socks that I sell on the store section of the Linktree in my bio. It's of course never expected, but if you ever wanted to get something in return for supporting me, I appreciate the value of a equal transaction, and I hope that these comfy and cute socks can make up a little bit for what you give me in return. There's also a toque, as we say in Canada, also known as a beanie. And it has a tiny on it that says, "Yippee!" I think it's very cute. Thank you, Billy, for your 9 roses. Radhe, Radhe. Billy, you ask, how do you spell what you call that hat? A toque? That's a T-O-Q-U-E. Toque. As we say in Canada. And thank you, Lola, for your tiny. Yippee! Currently, I'm saving up for, a trip to India. And I'm more than halfway there now, which is really lovely. So I very much thank you all. I'm excited to leave home and really expand my horizons. Go and be like Mark from the roar of the Ganges and maybe visit an ashram. Go into the foothills of the Himalayas. We shall see. But I'll happily bring you all with me on that journey through the internet. Ed Sheeran, you're wondering, how much does the India trip cost? Well, fortunately, I was invited by a Buddhist monk who shares that accommodation and everything would be provided, so I'm only paying for the way there. That's a plane ticket from where I live, Victoria, Canada, to Bodh Gaya, India, and something like $1,000, $2,000 for both ways, and we're about halfway there, which is great. I think we definitely will reach our goal before I have to go. So I'm very grateful for all of that. You know, I didn't think about that Om Tat Sat. I guess I will have to use a VPN while I'm there. Well, I also have other platforms. We will cross that bridge when we get there. That's for sure. Thank you, Andy, for your 28 roses. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you, Caitlin, for your tiny. Yahoo! And Bella, thank you for your finger heart. Hariom Tat Sat. Now, I have not checked Google Flights with incognito and VPN on, but that's a great idea. Thank you, Ed Sheeran. I appreciate your support. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyama, Radhe Shyama, Shyama Shyama, Radhe Radhe. And yes, I will talk to my doctor about vaccinations and all that good stuff before traveling. Thank you for being motherly, Kelly. And thank you, Michael, for a whole galaxy. Hariom Tat Sat. May you all have a wonderful rest of your day, wherever it is for you, in the evening, afternoon, nighttime, or morning. But above all, may you have a beautiful present moment. And thank you, VYV Fragrance. Thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses. All right. Radhe, Radhe. Bye-bye.